Shabbat Shalom and Shana Tova. We welcome you. We're beginning with Psuke de Zimra, and we invite you to turn, please, to page 56.
Odu l'Adonai kito,
ki le'olam chasto.
Odu le'Elohei Elohim,
ki le'olam chasto.
Odu l'Adonai Adonim,
ki le'olam chasto. Ki le'olam chasto. Shemayim b'tvuna. Ki le'olam chasto. Ki le'olam chasto.
Gedolim,
Ki le'olam chasto.
Shemesh le'memshelet Zion,
Ki le'olam chasto.
את הירח וכוכבים וממשלות בלילה
Ki le'olam chasto.
למכה מצרים בבחוריהם
Ki le'olam chasto. Ki le'olam chasto. Ki le'olam chasto. Legozer yom sov legzer mi. Ki le'olam chasto. Ve'aver Yisrael bitocho. Ki le'olam chasto.
ay, ay, ay,
Ay, ay,
Lechem lechol basar,
Ki le'olam chasto.
Odu le'el
Hashamayim. Ki le'olam chasto.
Nashrei Yoshvei Beitecha, Ashrei Am Shekachalo, Ashrei Ha'am V'anachnu nivarech ya me'ata ve'ad olam. Hallelujah,
You can have a seat if you'd like. We are going to continue on page 63 with Psalm 150, Hallelujah.
Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah.
page 65.
Nozi bezimrat ya. Nozi bezimrat ya. Nozi bezimrat ya. Nozi bezimrat ya.
Shana Tova. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, people who come on time. It's so nice to be with you. There's a story many of you know in the Talmud, a very famous story about Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Rabbi Yoshua, who are walking together after the Churban, after the destruction of the temple. Total catastrophe, massive catastrophe in the life of the Jewish people. And they walk by the embers of a burnt down Jerusalem. And when they see it, they remember everything that they've lost. And Rabbi Yoshua just bursts into tears. It's so tender. And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who's his teacher and his friend, says to him, "What's going on, Rabbi Yoshua?" And he says, "Well, how will we ever connect with God now that the Beit HaMikdash, the temple, is destroyed, Jerusalem's destroyed?" And Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai famously says to him, "Don't you understand? That's what love is for. Olam chesed yibaneh. We're going to rebuild this world, but we're going to do it through love. In the place of temple sacrifices, now we have love. In the place of the priestly cult, now we have love. In the place of Jerusalem, now we have love." There's another midrash that pairs with this one, though, that maybe you haven't heard before. In this midrash, many, many, many years before the destruction of the temple, King David himself prophesies, imagines, understands that one day the great temple will be destroyed and the Jewish people will no longer be able to bring offerings. And he, like Rabbi Yoshua generations later, is also deeply, deeply anguished by this. Instead of bringing his concerns, though, to a friend, he brings his concerns to God. He says, how are our people ever going to be able to atone, ever going to be able to connect, ever be able to feel your presence if the home is destroyed? And God says, David, don't be upset. I already have disclosed to Moses generations before the prayers of forgiveness. I said to Moses that when troubles come to Israel, they will stand before me as one community and they will utter words of forgiveness, and I will respond to them. So the question is, which one is it? Which one is actually the answer to the quandary of being Jewish in the world today? Is it love or is it communal prayer? And obviously, whenever a rabbi poses an either or from this place, the answer is always both. The answer is both. It's through our love and it's through our connection to each other, to these sacred ancient words and practices that we're able to ultimately connect to the Holy One, to a deeper sense of purpose, to a sense of right within. And so I welcome all of you here with us on this first day of the new year, this Rosh Hashanah, whether you're here with us in the room, to the folks outside who are joining us in our tent. Maybe you're at home and you're joining us in your pajamas. You're making a choice to be part of this, which is you are making a choice to cast your lot among the people who have decided that through love and through connection to something ancient and precious and one another, we can be transformed, and we might even be able to transform the world. That is the holy work before us. We welcome each of you and all of you and wish you Shana Tova. We're going to turn now to Nishmat on page 67.
נשמת כל חי, תברך את שמך, אדוני אלוהינו, אלוהת כל בשר תפארת ניאופינו, מלא שיר הקיים, ולשוננו רינה כמנגלה. תעצומות עוזך גדול בכבוד שמך הגיבור לנצח והנורא ונוראותיך צדיקים אדוני, בישרים נבטלה, בפי ישרים תתרומם, דברי צדיקים תתברך, ובלשון חסידים תתקדש, ובקרב קדושים תתהלל. ויגדל ויקדש ימי רבי ביום דברי חירותי וימליך מלכותי וחייתנו יום אחד ומחיית כל בית ישראל בגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו יהי שמי רבו מבורך לעולם ולעולם היום היה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרמה ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלה שמי קודשה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה ושכחתה ונחמתה נעלה מיומה
Amen.
ברכו את אדוני המבורך
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach Le'olam Va'ed.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם יוצר אור וחושך עושה שלום ובורא את הכל.
Take a
Can I have
seat.
a seat?
Let's continue on page 72. It says that Rabbi Brous was supposed to announce that page, but I did it instead.
Page 72.
73. Page 73.
That's why it said that Rabbi Brous was going to announce that page.
הכל יודוך והכל ישבחוך והכל יאמרו אין קדוש כאדוני הכל ירמו חסר ליוצר הכל אל אדון על כל המעשים
Baruch Baruch befi kol neshama.
גודלו וטובו מלא עולם
Dat tzvuna sovevi mota.
Al חיות הקודש ונדר Din barach Moshienu al shevach maseyadecha ve'al mir shasita yefaru chasela. Dit barach Tzureinu malkeinu goaleinu bore kedoshim yishtabach shimcha lead malkeinu. Kulam kechadonim ve'omrim ve'irah Kadosh, Kadosh, Kadosh Adonai Tzvaot melod haaretz kevodo ve'opanim echayot hakodesh V'rash kadol mitnasim liumat serafim liumat hameshapchim ve'omrim
Baruch Adonai Mikomo
Baruch nimoditeinu lemelech el chai v'kayam. Nor chadash al Zion ta'ir v'nizkechu lanu me'er aleoro Baruch ata Adonai yotzer ha'yorot.
Shana Tova, everyone. Shabbat Shalom.
Shana Tova.
Do you remember when you believed with conviction and astonishment that when you held a seashell up to your ear, you heard the sound of the ocean? Maybe you believe that right now. I loved that reality. It's so wondrous and mysterious. How could the seashell, removed from the water, still sound like the water? How could there be a world inside of this hollowed out cavity? And then along came the scientists with a different explanation, one that at first felt like a cruel snatching of the belief that this world is magical, but really is just a different way, different language for expressing wonder. I'm being nice to the scientists. They said, it's not the ocean that you hear, it's the ambient background noise of your environment that's amplified by the hard, curved shell structure, the surface of the shell. Okay, so it's sound waves that are bouncing around inside the shell, boosting the volume of what we hear around us. Okay, that's the scientific explanation. So now I wonder if actually we need both explanations. Hearing the ocean, that's an imaginative exercise in listening in a way that taps into something mysterious and beyond. And then the scientists are reminding us that there are always voices around us, and we often truly fail to hear them. So I want to say the Shema. The Shema is a seashell. And it's saying, listen carefully. Listen in both ways. Right? I mean, we cup our eyes, but part of me feels like we should be cupping our ears. It makes sort of a miniature seashell on our ears, right? Because when we do so, we gain access to a different quality of listening. Both listening for the mystery, the ocean, what lies beyond, oneness, the divine. And then there's also listening for the voices that we might not otherwise hear. Both are the spiritual exercises that the Shema calls us into. We're going to say the bracha at the bottom of page 76, and then move with breath and with focus and with listening into the Shema on page 77.
וקרבתנו לשמך הגדול, סלע באמת, להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בנו ישראל באהבה. שמע על הארץ, אמר אדוני אל משה לאמור. אדוני אלוהיכם אמת.
Rise, we will go now into the Amidah. We're actually going to start together here on page 81, and then we're going to go back to page 11 for our silent Amidah. So we'll begin together. This is a Hechi Kedusha. We'll begin together, and then we'll take a few moments for silence. Turning back to page 11, page 80 now.
Shemot Sevaot, Sevaot, Shemot, Shemot, Sevaot, Sevaot, Shemot, Sevaot, Sevaot, Shemot, Shemot, Sevaot, Sevaot, Shemot.
Seva, Seva, Shema, Shema, Seva,
Zur Israel, kuma bezrat Israel, ufteichinnu mecha, Yudav Israel, go aleinu Adonai tzvot Shemo kadosh Israel, Baruch atah Adonai, go all Israel. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avoteinu Elohei Abraham Elohei Sarah Elohei Yitzchak Elohei Rivka Elohei Yaakov Elohei Leah Ve'Elohei Rohel Ay 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 Hoel Hagadol Hagibor Hanora El Elyon גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל וזוכר חסדי אבות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו יבוא מסור חכמים ונבונים ומילדת נבינים לפתח חפים בתפילה פתח עליהם נחלות ונחנם פני מלך מלכי המלכים ואדוני אדונים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים לכותבנו בספר החיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן ברוך אתה אדוני מגן אברהם אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני מחיה מתים אתה רב ליושיע מוריד אתה מחכה חיים וחסד לחיי מתים ורחמים רבים צומק נופלים ורחבי חולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומדום אליי מלך ממית ומחיה ומשמיח ישועה מי כמוך זוכר יצרה בחיים מרחמים ונאמנת להחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני בחיי המתים אדוני לעולם מלך ציון דור ודור, הללויה, ואתה קדוש, יושב קהילות ישראל אל נא. נו וכן לך כל יקתירו לאל עורך דין לבוא כן לבבות ביום דין לכל המוכות בדין לדובר מישרים ביום הדין להוג עדויות בדין לבתיק ועושי חסד ביום דין זוכר בריתו בדין לחומל מסע ביום דין לטהר חוסו בדין ליודע מחשבות ביום דין לחובש כסו בדין ללובש דקות ביום דין למוכל עוונות בדין לנורת תהילות ביום דין לסולח למוסף בדין ליונה לקורח ביום דין לפייך ומות בדין לסופי משתלות ביום דין לקוני עבדה בדין ביום דין לשומר עבדה בדין לתומר תלונה ביום נו וכן לך דלה קדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך נקדש את שמך בעולם כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום ככתוב על יד נביאך וקרא זה על זה ואמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך כל הארץ כבודו אז בקול רעש גדול אדיר וחזק משמיעים קול מתנשאים עם הצרפים לעומתם ברוך אומרו
ברוך אדוני ממקומו
ברוך אדוני ממקומו ממקום רמלכנו טוב תביעה ותמלוך עלינו כי מחכים אנחנו לה מתי תמלוך בציון בקרב בימינו לעולם בועט תשכון תתקדש ותתקדש בתוך ירושלים עירך לדור ודור לנצח נצחים בעינינו תיראנה מלכותך כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך על ידי דוד משיח צדקך ימלוך עלי לעולם ונכתינו דור ודור הללויה מדור ודור נגיד גולך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש
לדור ודור נגיד גדלך ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש
ושירך
אלוהינו מפינו לא ימוש לעולם ועד
Page 91.
Page 94 is Kaddish Shalem.
יתגדל ויתגדל שמי רבה, ועלמא דיברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי. בזמן קריב ויאמרו, ישרי רב המבורך, לעולם יום יומיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי לקודשה. אלא מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושחתה ונחמתה, דמירן בעלמא ויאמרו, יתקבל צלותו רבותון לכל ישראל, קדם כבוד ישמעיה ויאמרו, שלום רבים שמעיה וחיים למלכו ישראל ויאמרו, אמן. עושה שלום ירמה ויעשה שלום. Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel v'yimeru.
Amen. David, the psalm that we say during this holy period is on page 44.
Let David Adonai yishivri miro. Lulem antidirot betuv Adonai beretz chayim kavel Adonai chazak ve'amet libecha vekaveh el Adonai.
We're going to turn now to Mourner's Kaddish, Kaddish Yatom on page 46, and anyone who's grieving the death of a loved one or observing a yard site, the anniversary of a loss, we invite you to please join on page 46. Yitgadal v'yikadash shemei rabba v'yalma divra kirutei v'yamlich malchutei b'chayechon v'yamechon u'v'chayei dechol beit Yisrael ba'agala u'bizman kariv v'imru amen. Yehei shmei rabba mevorach le'olam omei omayah Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitala v'yithalal shmei dekudsha brichu le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata tush b'chata v'nechamata da'amiran be'alma v'imru amen. Yehei shlama rabba min shemaya v'chayim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'imru amen. Osei shalom b'romav hu ya'aseh shalom Al Kol Yisrael V'imru. Amen. Shabbat Shalom and Shana Tova. Welcome everyone. We're going to turn now to our Torah service, which begins on page 96.
And if you have the honors card for opening the ark, feel free to come forward.
In fact, I want to just take a moment to point out there is an honors board outside. I hope folks saw it on your way in. If you didn't, at some point during this day, go out there. But we want to distribute our honors based on our kavanot, based on where our hearts are as we walk into the space. So please feel free to grab a card and then come on up when it's time for your honor. So just pay attention to where we are in the service, and then you'll come on up and open or close the ark or whatever the honor is that you've got. We're on page 96.
Ein kavolcha v'Elohim Adonai ve'ein k'masecha malchutcha malchut kol olamim u'memshatcha b'chol dor v'dor Adonai melech Adonai malach
Moshe, Kum Adonai, Me'afusu oivecha, Me'anusu misanecha, Mi'panecha, Ki mitzion, Eitzei Torah, Udvar Adonai, Natan Torah Le'amo Yisrael B'Kedoshata Ay 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 Eitzei Torah Udvar Adonai Yerushalayim Baruch Shenatan Torah Le'amo Yisrael B'Kedoshata Ay ay ay
Shema Yisrael, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'Norah, Shema Gadol Adonai iti unebromema Shema
Bashamayim, Uvar
All right, welcome, folks. So we are going to turn to our Torah reading this morning. And I want to invite our dear Rachel Sumek to come forward to share with us some words of introduction to help turn our hearts. Is Rachel back inside? Not yet. Okay. This is we're doing this experiment this High Holy Days, having concurrent services inside and outside, and all of our speakers being both inside and outside. So presumably Rachel will come in a few moments. So we will start our Torah reading now, and when she comes in, we will pause, and then you'll hear a little bit of a kind of backstory to what we've already begun. So we're going to turn to page 100. We're reading from the book of Genesis Bereshit, chapter 21, verse 1. ויעזור ויגמישר לכל החוסים ובנו מרמן, הכולו בגדל עלינו כבוד לתורה, נא לעמוד אנשי העת והשופטים. For the first aliyah on this first day of the year, we invite up anybody who is a striking worker. We're calling up anybody who is currently on strike so that we can honor you and stand with you in solidarity. Nancy Katz-Ellis, Rachel McKay-Steele, Tamara Krinsky, Lisa Edelstein, Dara Resnick, Matt Price, Marta Kaufman, Danny Weiss, Larry Trilling, Gail Lerner, Marina Michelson, Agnes Borinsky, Adam Weissman, John Steinberg, Frankie Shaw, Dan Schatz, Greg Levine, Sarah Treem, Andrea King, David Light. Come on up, folks. All of those we named and more so that we can honor you. This has been a long haul. Any auto workers in the room? You can come join us too. Come on up here, folks. We stand with the workers. For many, many months, these folks have been striking, taking the personal hit in their fight for a more just society, and we stand with you and offer you this first aliyah.
אשר דיבר אותו אלוהים, ויקרא אברהם את שם בנו הנולד לו, אשר ילדה לו שרה יצחק, וימל אברהם את יצחק בנו בן 8 ימים, כאשר ציווה אותו אלוהים.
Before we go to the seventh aliyah, just a word to all of you beloveds who are up here. There are seen and there are unseen tolls to acts of civil disobedience, and there are seen and unseen tolls to strikes. We know that when people work and fight for justice, there's a pain point. And for many of you who've been striking now for many, many months, we've long passed the pain point. And I just bless you with strength, with community, with the support that you need, and with the certainty that what you're doing is right, because we want to live in a world in which people are paid their just due for the hard work that they do. We'll continue to be here as a community to stand beside you. For folks who haven't yet been to the picket line, a really good way to show your love is to show up. And God willing, this will end in the coming days ahead. And then I hope so. Speaking as a wife of a writer here and a rabbi to lots of good people. And please continue to stay the course. We stand with you. We're gonna maybe one of you can stay up here, and then we're gonna call up our second the people who are coming up for our second aliyah. These are the people who lead our circles. Suze and Amy, Scott, and Aviva, but I'm going to ask you to just take a seat, folks, who I just called up, right behind, because Rachel Sumek is in from outside, and she's going to give us our intro to the Torah reading now. Amen. So Rachel, oh, hi. Rachel's had a good week. I'm so honored for us to hear this morning from Rachel Sumek, a beloved community member, a former board member, and an astonishing, brilliant young leader of our time. Your voice is so welcome here, and I'm so grateful that we can have the opportunity to hear from you on this holiest of days. Rachel.
Thank you, Rabbi Bass. Chag Sameach, everyone. The Torah portion we're about to read tells the story of Hagar, Sarah's maidservant. Sarah banishes Hagar and Hagar's son Ishmael into the desert with much else than some water and bread. Soon, Hagar and Ishmael find themselves in desperation in the desert. Ishmael cries out, Hagar cries out, and soon a messenger of God appears and saves them. 44 years ago, in 1979, in the country of Iran, there grew another cry. I apologize for the hard transition from Hagar to Iran, but it's only a few minutes. Iranians cried out as they witnessed their country, once vibrant, brimming with poets and scientists, and a culture so rich it was woven into every thread of our rugs, overnight become cloaked by a theocratic and violent regime. It was the start of Ayatollah Khomenei's Islamic Revolution. As the firing squads and militias grew and freedoms diminished over the following months and years, it was clear to Iranian Jews that they had to leave. Many in the dark of night, like my mother traveling by camelback, they cried out into the desert. That people's cry was heard here in Los Angeles by Rabbi Zeldin at Stephen S. Wise, who mobilized his community, by Rabbi Neuberger in Baltimore, who convinced the State Department to permit tens of thousands of Iranian Jews to be welcomed in the U.S. as political refugees. Why am I telling you this? Well, in Los Angeles, there's about 50,000 Iranian Jews. It's one of the most vibrant Jewish threads in the fabric of our city, despite the all too recent reality and trauma that we have yet to fully process. The Iran we knew, our home for over 2,000 years, one of the oldest Jewish diasporas since Esther, is gone. And the crisis of this regime continues. I'm telling you this on Rosh Hashanah today because on September 16th, 1 year ago, a 22-year-old young woman named Mahsa Jina Amini was arrested and then murdered by Iranian morality police, an evil volunteer militia that keeps the country frozen in fear. Mahsa lost her life for the crime of showing her hair through her hijab, the mandatory head covering. Since, a new cry has rung out throughout the country. The death of Mahsa has sparked the country's most powerful show of resistance since the '79 revolution. Natarsin, natarsin, ma hame baham hastim. Don't fear, all of us are together. The line was chanted by millions as they took to the streets. Despite tens of thousands detained, The burgeoning revolution, led by young women, felt seemingly unstoppable. Even with these very real fears, it did not stop their fire. Month after month, they cried out to the world to save them over this past year. Maybe you didn't hear them. The Iranian regime has regularly shut down the internet, preventing the news of what's happening in the country from reaching us. They're literally silencing the people's cries. Half of the once prosperous country now lives in poverty due to the regime's corruption. They purge universities of their professors, replacing them with religious clerics. They sentence queer people to the death penalty. And recently, they've begun releasing nauseous gas into the classrooms of middle and high school girls, the people at the front lines of the protests, in any attempt to squash a revolution that they know is coming for them. What does it mean for a Jewish community who once stood as angels to hear these cries? In the literal city of angels, what will it take? As my friend Rabbi Tarlin Rabizada said to me, it is our responsibility to hear them that much more. Hagar and Ishmael cried out, knowing they needed help and not knowing, having no idea who could come for them. For the women of Iran, we have what they need now: a voice, influence, reach. Let us not be uncharacteristically silent or afraid. After the Chagim, share the news of the protests on social media. Tell friends and colleagues what you learned today. Tell the Senate to pass the Massa Act. In hundreds of cities globally, and on both sides of the city of LA today, there are thousands of people taking to the streets, standing in solidarity with the women of Iran and Massa and for freedom. As of last night, my mom is certain this movement will succeed. You never know. Either next week or in 2 years, the regime will be gone. It's going to happen once the international community decides. It's what she says. As a lifelong activist, I have learned that it is small acts of revolution that create revolutionary change. Because each of those acts changes us, making us less afraid, reminding us that we are together. May the year ahead be one where there is more freedom and joy and liberation for us, for the women of Iran. And as we say, women, life, freedom. Zan, zendagi, azadi. Thank you.
Where'd you go? Where are you? Rachel, thank you for these powerful words. We're so grateful to you for your voice, for your vision, and for your leadership and activism for so many years. We thank you, and we wish a huge mazal tov to Rachel and to Max, who just got engaged this past week. And we look forward to celebrating together in the days ahead. But I love that once again, you're asking us to hold the fierce urgency of now and also revel in and appreciate the beauty of love in this world. And we wish you a huge mazal tov. We're going to pick up now with our second aliyah. We're on page 100, chapter 21, verse 5. I call up once again our circle leaders for the second aliyah.
Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Avraham ben me'ach shana v'hivaled lo et Yitzhak beno v'tomer Sarah tzechok asa li Elohim kol hashomea yitzchak li v'tomer mi milel Avraham הני כבנים שרה, כי ילדתי בן לזקוניו, ויגדל הילד ויגמל, ויעש אברהם משתה גדול, ביום יגמל את יצחק.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
We call up anybody in this room who's on a healing journey, healing of body or spirit this morning, especially Florine, Kate, and Matt. You are welcome to join us up here. L'Aliyah HaShlishit. And before we go to the third Aliyah, I just want to take a moment. As IKAR has grown over the years, it's become even more important for us to find ways to one another in more intimate environments. And so over the last couple of years, we've developed these circles, which is essentially the chavurot of the previous generation. And several of the folks who you see up here today are some of the leaders of those circles. We have a poetry circle, we have a healing circle, we have a knitting circle, we have a men's circle, we have a valley circle. There are all kinds of circles. Kumsit circle for people who like to sing together. So I thank all of you for your leadership and incredible commitment. Our healing circle, for example, has been meeting every single Sunday now for 3 years, and it's astonishing the commitment that people have to one another and that our leaders have to this work. Thank you for the holy work, and for those of you who feel like you're a little bit on the margins of community and you want to find a way to connect more deeply, this is a perfect way in. So find the circle that speaks to your heart and just take a step in. If there's no circle for you, make your own circle, because there are lots of people who are going to want to be in your circle, I promise you. So thank you and bless you. Shana Tova. For the third Aliyah, we are on page 100, chapter 21, verse 9. Baruch Adonai Baruch Le'olam Va'ed. Amen.
ותראה שרה את בן הגר המצרית, אשר ילדה לאברהם מצחק, ותאמר לאברהם גרש, המה הזאת ואת בנה, כי לא יירש בן המה הזאת עם בני עם יצחק. וירא הדבר מאוד בעיני אברהם על אודות בנו. ויאמר אלוהים אל אברהם, אל יירא בעיניך על הנער ועל אמתך, כל אשר תאמר אליך שרה שמע בקולה, כי ביצחק יקרא לך זרע.
Alamod minhagei chinuch l'aliyah haravi'it. We call our education team and volunteers to please come up for the fourth aliyah. In the meantime, to Rena, Gina, and Florine, and to all of those who are seeking healing in this time, we bless you, refuat nefesh, refuat guf, for healing of body, for strength of spirit and strength of soul. And please know that we're here to support you in whatever way we can as you go through this journey in the days ahead. Refuah shlema. We're going to turn now to the fourth aliyah on page 101, chapter 21, verse 13. We offer this fourth aliyah as an opportunity to thank our education team volunteers who are making their way up right now. Lindsay and Tracy, Elisa and Dr. Elizabeth, Dr. Sarah, Kathy, Danielle, Andrea, Yael, Kim, Stacy, Abby, Sarah, Isaac, Cricket, Kerry, John, Joel, Shoshana, Sheva, Karen, Sarah, Kim, and Edward. You are all great blessings in our community, and we thank you for helping guide our education program so that our kids can continue to find great inspiration, and wish you all great blessings. Our fourth Aliyah, chapter 21, verse 13. Baruch Adonai Amborach Le'olam Va'ed.
וגם את בן המעל גוי ישימנו כי זרעך הוא וישכם אברהם בבוקר ויקח לחם וחמת מים ויתן אל הגר שם השכמה ואת הילד וישחרר ותלך ותיטע במדבר באר שבע ויאכלו המים מן החמת ותשלך את הילד תחת אחד השיחים ותלך ותשב לה מנגד הרחק עם תחבי קשת כי אמרה על רבמות הילד ותשב מנגד ותישא את קולה ותהב וישמע אלוהים את כל הנהר ויקרא מלאך אלוהים אל הגר מן השמיים ויאמר לה מלאך הגר אל תיראי כי שמע אלוהים אל כל הנהר באשר הוא שם.
Amen. Nalamod ha'avelim laliyah ha'chamishit. We call up some in our community who have lost loved ones over the course of this past year. We'll be honoring Avelim on this day and also on Yom Kippur Day. Today we call up Lawrence Azarad, Andy Horowitz, Laura Reback, Joni Weiss, Diane Winston, and Chris Bugsby, Carrie and John, Schneider, Bill Shelley, Mitch, Ari, and Andy, Polsky, Laura Silverman, Seth Rogozin, Rebecca Rogozin, and Paul Lewis. Laliyah ha'chamishit. And I want to just take one moment to just thank our ed team, whose names you heard before. Our tradition says that the whole world is sustained on the breath of children in the Beit Midrash, in the schoolhouse, studying words of Torah. There's something so holy about the thoughtfulness, the mindfulness that goes into trying to contemplate how to bring our sacred traditions into the next generation. And I'm just so moved and grateful for all of you for being part of that journey with us. So we thank you. Our fifth Aliyah is on chapter 21, verse 18.
קומי שאי את הנהר וחזיקי את ידך בו כי לגוי גדול אשימנו ויפקח אלוהים את עיניך ותרא באר מים ותלך ותמלא את החמת מים ותשקה את הנהר ויהי אלוהים את הנהר ויגדל וישב במדבר ויהי רובה כשת וישב במדבר פרן ותיקח לו עמו אישה מארץ מצרים.
Nalamod Movile tribe. Don't leave. One moment. L'Aliyah Hashishit. Before we go to the sixth Aliyah, wait, Silvermans, don't leave. Before we go, I want to just give our Avelim a chance to say the names of your loved ones in this place. And we do this so that their names and hopefully some piece of their spirit reverberates and echoes in this room with all of the people who are here to hear it. So Laura, would you start and just tell us the name of your father and also your relationship with him, in this case, your father.
Manny Silverman, today is Shloshim, actually. And he was perfect. Perfect dad, perfect human.
He's your father, Baruch.
I'm her husband.
Melanie Poses, who was our sister and the kindest person I ever knew.
Same, brother or sister.
And an awesome IKAR member, Miss Melanie. May Melanie's memory always be a blessing.
My father, Marvin Lewis.
My father, Norris Horowitz.
My mother, Suzanne Winston.
My grandfather, Harlan Polsky.
My mother, Gail Azrat, who was a force of nature.
I know that people always say that coming to these moments, these first moments are the hardest, and I'm right there with you. This year, as you know, I said to my mom, Kol hatchalot kashot, all new beginnings are hard, and this is a year of new beginnings for you. So every holiday, every birthday, every Mother's Day, Father's Day, and certainly this holy day is something new in the world. And I hope that amidst all of that hardness and harshness, that you also find echoes and reverberations of your loved ones' voices and memories. May they continue to be a blessing. Zichronam livracha. We're going to move to our sixth aliyah now. And before the sixth aliyah, we pause for a moment to say Mishaberach, a prayer for healing. So I want to invite all the healers who are here with us today. These are our rabbis and chaplains and spiritual leaders to come, if you would, to the middle of the room, and then we're going to come out throughout the room. If you yourself are in need of healing, or if someone you love is, we just invite you to rise where you are, or just lift a hand, and we'll come over to you, and we invite you to tell us who you're holding in your heart today and what your relationship is with them, so that we can collectively lift them up in the hopes that they might find some healing of body and healing of soul. Mishaberach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov Sarah Rivka Leah Rachel Yivarach v'Yirapeh et hacholim.
Refasiri el neman ki ata rofe uman. Refasiri el neman ki ata rofe uman. At Roshi shuchal shi nafshi at roshi shulchanshi v'tein koach denafshi.
HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yimei Rechamim Alehem Lachazikam L'Rapotam V'Yishlach Lehem Meirav Shlem Alecha Levem V'Gidechem B'Toch Sha'ar Cholei Yisrael Refuat Nefesh Refuat Hagush Shabbat V'Yom Tov Hu Milisok Uvro Kavod Levo Ashta B'Gazman Kariv and Omar Amen. Our prayers for healing of body and spirit. We turn now to page 102 for our sixth Aliyah. Our tribe leaders, if you're around, please come up. Judah, Stephen, Antonia, Hannah, Ben, Ethan, Nick, Kenneth, Stephen, Jamie, and Andrew. L'Aliyah HaShishit. I'll take any or all of you.
Adonai Hamborach. Baruch Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher bahar banu mikol hamim. V'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Vayehi va'etahi vayomer Avimelech ufi chol sar tzva'o el Avraham le'mor. Elohim imcha bechol asher ata oseh. Ve'ata hishav ali belohim heina im tishkor li unimi unachdi kachesed asher asiti imcha ta'aseh imadi ve'im haaretz asher garta ba. Vayomer Avraham Anochi Ishave'a. Vehochiach Avraham et Avimelech al odot be'er hamayim asher gazlu avdei Avimelech. Vayomer Avimelech lo yadati mi asa et hadavar hazeh. V'gam ata lo higadata li. V'gam anochi lo shamati bilti hayom. Vayikach Avraham tzon uvakar vayiten la'Avimelech vayichritu shnehem brit.
Asher natan lanu Torah temet, v'chayei olam nasa b'tohenu, baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. נא לעמוד מנהגי צדק חברתי ושוויון גזעי לעלייה השביעית. Before we go to the seventh aliyah, just a moment to honor some of our tribe leadership here. This is our cohort at IKAR for people in their 20s and 30s, and I'm just so deeply grateful to you for helping revitalize and reimagine what this group can be. When we started IKAR, almost everybody was in this age group, and now we're a beautiful multi-generational demographic, and that's awesome. And so thank you for holding strong and making this such a wonderful, exciting, and welcoming place for people in their 20s and 30s. Wishing you Shana Tova. Our seventh aliyah is for our Racial Justice and Inclusion Committee leaders, Rachel, Marissa, Matt, Maya, and Kathy. L'aliyah HaShavi'it. Our seventh aliyah is on page 102. Baruch Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen. Vayatzev Avraham et Sheva kivsot hatzon levatein. Vayomer Avimelech el Avraham maheina. Sheva kivsot ha'ele asher hitzavta levadana. Vayomer ki et Sheva kvasot lukat miadi. Ba'avur tihyeli le'eda. Ki chafarti et ha'be'er hazot. Al kein kara lamakom ahu be'er shava. Ki sham nishbe'u shnehem. Vayichretu brit biver shava vayakam Avimelech ufichol sar tzva'o vayashuvu el eretz plishtim vayita eshel biver shava vayikra sham b'shem Vayikra Sham b'Shem Adonai El Olam Vayagar Abraham Beretz Plishtim Yamim Rabim.
Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. I hold each of you with such immense gratitude. We have been on this journey together for a long time. It was after the research came out about a decade ago that somewhere between 12 and 20% of American Jews were people of color that we started to really question why is it that the face of American Jewry, the public face, the leadership face of American Jewry is so white. And we realized that we had to actively work to counter what is a real bias in our broader Jewish community, and the way to do that was to invite the Jews of color in the community to really stand at the center of the conversation and take the lead to help us become a more just and truly welcoming and inclusive and loving community. I'm so grateful to all of you for taking the lead in this work, and our community looks different now than it did when we started the work, and there's still a lot more to be done, but I'm so proud of what we've been able to accomplish together with your leadership, and I thank you, and I invite you to continue to push us and to utz us and to hold us to our highest values, and we're deeply grateful for all of you for being exactly who you are. Our community is so enriched by its diversity, and we're so deeply, deeply grateful. Wishing you Shana Tova. Yitkadav yikadash me rabba be'amad divrach yirtevem lich machute b'chayechon u'v'yomechon u'v'chayedecho b'et Yisrael Bagala ubizman kariv yimeru amen yesh me rabba mevorach le'olam me'omaya Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yibarit man v'yitnaseh v'yithadar v'yitalev v'yitalal shmei tekudesha brechu leila leila mikol bechata v'shirata Dush bechata v'nechemata da'amiran b'yalma v'yimeru Amen. Nalamod ha'magbiya v'goleled l'sefer rishon.
וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל ביד אדוני ביד משה איי 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 ברוך המקום ברוך המקום איי איי Baruch
seat. We're going to turn. Oh, we have our maftir aliyah. We're going to be reading now from the book of Numbers, just one aliyah, chapter 29, verse 1. Nalamod harav David Yoshua ben Natan v'Yehudi tamaftir. Amen.
Amen. Ubachodesh hashvi bechad machodesh mikra kodesh yeh lachem kol melechet avodah ta'asu yom truah yeh lachem v'asitem olam l'reach nichoach l'Adonai kar ben bakar echad ayil echad k'vasim neshana Shiv'at mimim umin chatam solet lulav ashamen shlosha esronim lapar shnei esronim la'ahil v'saron echad lakeves ha'echad l'shivat ha'kevasim u'seir izim echad chatat lechaper alechem milvad olat hachodesh uminchata ve'olat hatamid uminchata v'nizkehem kemishpatam l'reach nichoach yishel Adonai.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Please rise now. Lamod amagdi avagolelet sefer sheni. We call Agnes and Lisa to please come forward and lift our sick and sefer Torah.
Vezot haTorah asher tzam Moshe lifnei bnei Yisrael abi Adonai biyad Moshe Yisrael Yisrael ve'oraita chadu Yisrael Yisrael ve'oraita chadu ay 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 Torah 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 Hallelujah
You can have a seat, please. We are turning now to the Haftarah, which is the story of Hannah, my namesake. And to introduce our reading today, we want to invite up Abby and Isaac, two beloved IKAR members and friends, to speak to us about their connection to the story of Hannah and what we all might be able to learn in this moment about how to grow our hearts and grow our spirits with love.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Brous. Happy and healthy 5784, everybody. Who's ready? I'm ready. Who's ready? So, Abby heard a profound story from a therapist where she hears such stories on TikTok. The moral of the story was this: when things seem hopeless, be a buffalo and not a cow.
Picture the high plains of Colorado. A storm is coming. The cow and the buffalo, two closely related animals, have completely different responses. When a cow sees the storm, she runs the other way, trying to evade the storm. But a cow is slow and big, and the storm catches up to her, and because she continues running away, the storm follows her, and it hangs over her. The cow suffers longer and feels more intense pain, remaining burdened by the weight of the storm. A buffalo, on the other hand, sees the storm and faces it head on. She runs into the storm, making every effort to find her way through. She feels the pain too, and it's awful and uncomfortable and hard. But by facing it, she moves through it, spending far less time in the storm than the cow.
It is our tradition every year to read the story of Hannah on Rosh Hashanah. It's a big day. The rabbis knew that it would be. So why Hannah? What is the message? Hannah wanted a child. And while I know that heartache firsthand, infertility can be a metaphor for so many struggles. When we want our lives to look a certain way, but our reality is much different.
For us, this is a story about infertility. Infertility is not just wanting a baby. It is longing for a dream, one that people have had since childhood. I know I did. When we were going through infertility, I sat right over there in that corner, year after year, and I wasn't just praying for a baby. I prayed that my marriage would survive. I prayed for 6 straight years in a row that I wouldn't show up to high holidays having someone ask me, "Wait, how long have you been married?" And then watching them do the math in their head and guessing as to why we might not have children yet. I prayed that my best friend wouldn't call to say she's pregnant for the 3rd time since we started trying. Coming to terms with the reality where that dream doesn't come true is sometimes more than we can bear. And while my faith was thin, prayer was very hard, and hope felt lost, I showed up trying to move through the storm. I tried, with varying levels of success, to be a buffalo.
As we strive to be buffaloes, like my wife Abby, it is also critical that we help our loved ones through the storm, to support them and help them navigate. For the partners and friends and family in the room, the story of Hannah gives some outstanding examples of what not to do or say when someone is heartbroken. No taunting. No rushing to judgment. And above all else, don't be like Hannah's husband, Elkanah. When Hannah is heartbroken and cannot eat, Elkanah asks her, "Why does your heart hurt? Am I not enough to make you feel better? Am I not more to you than 10 sons?"
You know, we never hear Hannah's answer to this. I don't think it went over so well. So late at night, Hannah went to the temple at Shiloh and prayed like no woman had before her, with her whole body, her whole being. And eventually, her prayer was answered with a son. But I don't think the moral of this story is that Hannah prayed hard and she got what she wanted. She had no hope and prayed with her heart anyway, moving through the storm like a buffalo.
And even if it's not about infertility, and we struggle with any obstacle that appears to be insurmountable, when all seems lost, the lesson from Hannah that inspires Abby and me is the importance to continue showing up in the world and not run the other way. Abby and I did the same, and like Hannah, our prayer was answered. Our twin children, Malachi and Amalia, are here with us today.
Upstairs, because we're following the rules.
They are IKAR preschool alums who now get shushed often in this very room.
As we ring in 5784, we will teach them to be buffaloes and want to encourage you, our amazing community, to do the same. Shana Tova.
Shana Tova.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'ratzav v'divreihem hanemarim b'emet Baruch atah Adonai Abocher b'Torah Moshe Avdo B'Yisrael Amo b'nviei haemet v'tzedek Vayhi ish echad min haramatayim tzofim mehar Ephraim u'shmo Elkanah ben Yerocham ben Elihu ben Tochu ben Suf Efrati v'lo shtei nashim shem achat Chana v'shem hasheni Pnina Vayhi lifnina yeladim uchana ein yeladim ve'ala hishahu me'iro miyamim yamima Lishtachavod velizboach ladonai tzvaot b'shilo v'sham shnei b'nei Eli chofni ufin chas kohanim ladonai vayhi hayom vayizbach Elkanah v'natan lifnina ishto uchovaneha uvnotea manot uchana yiten mana achat apayim Ki et chana ahev Adonai sagar rachma v'chiasat atzarata gam ka'as bavur harima ki sagar Adonai be'ad rachma v'chen yaseh shana v'shana midei alota beveit Adonai ken tachisena v'tivke v'lo tochal Vayomer la Elkanah isha chana lame tivki velame lo tochli velame yerad levavecha lo anochi tov lach me'asara banim vatakom chana acharei ochla v'shilo v'acharei shato ve'eli hakohen yoshev al hikiseh al mezuzat heichal Adonai Vehi marat nafesh vatipalel al Adonai uvachotiv ke vatidor nede vatomar Adonai tzevaot imraot tireh ba'oni amatecha uzchartani velo tishkach et amatecha v'natata lamatecha zera anashim utativ l'Adonai kol yamei chayav Umora lo ya'ale al rosho ve'aya ki hirbeta lipalel lifnei Adonai ve'eli shomer pia v'chana hi medaberet al liba rak sfatea na'od ve'kola lo yishamea ve'yachshevea Eli l'shikora vayomer elea Eli ad matai tishtakarin hasiri yednech me'alaich Vatan chana vatomer lo Adoni isha kshat ruach anochi ve'yayin v'shechar lo shatiti v'ashpoch et nafshi lifnei Adonai al titen et amatecha lifnei bapliyal ki merov sichi v'chasi dibarti ad heina vayan Eli vayomer lechi leshalom ve'lohei Yisrael yiten et she'latech Asher sha'ad meimo v'tomer timtza shivchatcha chen beinecha v'telech ha'isha ledarka v'tochal ufanea lo hayu la'od v'yashkimu v'boker v'yishtachavu lifnei Adonai v'yashuvu v'yavo'u beitam haramata v'yeda Elkanah et Chana ishto v'yizkerea Adonai Vayhi litkufot hayamim v'tarchana v'teled ben v'tikra et shemo Shemuel ki me'Adonai she'iltiv v'yal ha'ish Elkanah v'chol beito lizboach l'Adonai et zevach hayamim v'et nidro v'chana lo alata ki amra lisha ad yigamel hanar v'havioti v'nir'a pnei Adonai Ve'ashav sham ad olam vayomer la Elkanah isha si hato beinayich shvi ad gomlech oto ach yakem Adonai et dvaro v'teshev ha'isha v'teinek ebna ad gomla oto v'taleu ima kasher gmalatu befarim shlosha vefa achad kemach v'nevel yain v'tavieu v'et Adonai shilo v'anar na'ar V'yishchatu et hapar v'yaviu et hanar el Eli v'tomer bi Adoni chei nafshecha Adoni ani ha'isha hanitzevet imcha bazel hitpalel el Adonai el hanar hazeh hitpalalti וייתן אדוני לי את שאלתי אשר שאלתי מעמו. וגם אנוכי השאלתיהו לאדוני כל הימים אשר היהו שאול לאדוני. וישתחו שם לאדוני. Page 114. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם צור כל העולמים צדיק בכל הדורות אלא נאמן האומר ועושה המדבר ומקיים שכל דבריו אמת וצדק. נאמן אתה הוא אדוני אלוהינו ונאמן מנים דבריך ודבר אחד מדבריך אחור לא ישוב ריקם כי המלך נאמן ורחמן אתה ברוך אתה אדוני אלא נאמן בכל דבריו. רחם על ציון כי בית חיינו וללבד נפש תושיע במהרה בימינו ברוך אתה אדוני משמח ציון בבניה. שמחנו אדוני אלוהינו באליהו הנביא עבדך ובמלכות בית דוד משיחך במהרה יבוא ויגל ליבנו על כיסאו לא ישב זר ולא נחלו עוד אחרים את כבודו כי בשם קודשך נשבעת לו שלך בעיני רוב לעולם ועד ברוך אתה אדוני מגן דוד. על התורה ועל עבודה ועל נביאים והיום השבת הזה והיום הזיכרון הזה שנתת לנו אדוני אלוהינו לקדושה ולמנוחה לכבוד ולתפארת על הכל. אדוני אלוהינו אנחנו מודים לך ומברכים אותך יתברך שמך בפי כל חי תמיד לעולם ועד ודברך אמת וקיים לעד ברוך אתה אדוני מלך על כל הארץ מקדש השבת וישראל ויום הזיכרון.
The problem with Rabbi David Sager is that he just reads Haftarah so well and so fast that now we're way ahead of time. So I think I'm going to just stall for the next 45 minutes so that we can leave at 2 like you like to. We're going to turn now to offer some prayers for peace and for dignity, for justice in this country and around the world. And this morning, the voice of that blessing will be our very dear Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager-Dove, who proudly represents California's 37th Congressional District, which many of us are residents of. And I want to just take the time for a moment to share her really extraordinary background and rise into this role where she represents so many of us in Washington, D.C. She comes from Southern California, went to USC, political science major, and a member of Zeta Phi Beta sorority. When she was at USC in the 1992 riots following the Rodney King verdict, erupted in Los Angeles. And that moment was a transformative moment for our congressperson, who decided that she was going to dedicate herself to working to reimagine and to rebuild our society into one that was truly just and inclusive and loving and welcoming for every single person. She, from there, entered into public office. She was appointed to the LA County Commission on Children and Families, and then elected to the LA Community College Board, and ultimately successfully ran for the California State Assembly in 2018, and then the State Senate in 2021. She has had some very important and significant legislative achievements, but it was in that time when she was serving in the State Senate that our dear representative at the time, Karen Bass, decided to run for mayor of Los Angeles. And in one of the most beautiful and powerful expressions of sisterhood, Representative Kamlager-Dove was determined that she would run for this seat. And we feel so very blessed to be represented by you. Everything about this story reminds me and reinforces for me what our core values are and what it means for an individual to step into a role of leadership in order to transform the society, not for ego, not for personal gain, but because you actually hold a vision of what's possible. And it's really quite an honor to be, for our community to be able to partner with you in this work. And so we're thrilled to have you with us today, and we invite you to come up and offer us your words of blessing this morning.
Thank you. Hello, everyone, and Shana Tova. I want to thank Abby and Isaac for sharing the story of Hannah and translating it into personal power. I have a personal connection to that story, so it resonated quite deeply with me. And I strive to be a buffalo every time I get on that plane to go to Washington, D.C. I want to thank you, Rabbi Brous, for that warm and too long of an introduction, and for inviting me here today as you celebrate Rosh Hashanah with your intentions for a new year. I'm always so touched when I'm invited to come to IKAR. There's such a true connection here to humanity and a collective push against the tyranny of arrogance, the push towards harmony and justice, the embrace for love, and the work for peace. And so I thank you for making it so intentional and palatable for all of us. I am now going to recite a poem by the great Langston Hughes called I Dream a World. I dream a world where man, no other man will scorn, where love will bless the earth and peace its paths adorn. I dream a world where all will know sweet freedom's way, where greed no longer saps the soul, nor avarice blights our day. A world I dream where black or white, whatever race you be, will share the bounties of the earth, and everyone is free. Where wretchedness will hang its head, and joy, like a pearl, attends the needs of all mankind. Of such I dream my world. Thank you.
Representative Kamala Gerdov, you honor us with your presence here, with your words, and with your work every day. And I just want to say, for those of us who are witnessing the goings-on of Washington, D.C. from afar, it doesn't hurt to send a little note to your congressperson every now and then, just giving some chizuk, some strength to stay the course and to continue in the pursuit of justice. I want to invite everyone to please stand. We'll offer one more prayer. This morning, I'll be speaking on Yom Kippur more about Israel, but having this many Jews in the room at once, we could not let the moment pass without just offering an expression of great heartache for what we see unfolding across the sea. And so I offer now these words of prayer adapted from Rabbi Ayelet Cohen, written just this past spring. Makor HaChaim Osef Eleh, source of life and maker of wonders, we need to ask for your help with Israel. We ask that you protect Israel with infinite compassion. Spread over Israel your shelter of peace. Strengthen the hearts and the will of its citizens, calling out for justice and democracy in the streets week after week after week. May their voices ring out like a shofar throughout the land, abutting redemption. Help them replant what has been uprooted and tend what has been neglected. So the seedling promises of refuge and equality blossom and thrive. May their feet not give way. Let them not tire, nor slumber, nor succumb to fear. Grant them strength and courage. Nurture a shared future for all who call that land home. Healer of the brokenhearted, sustain our hope. Help us celebrate what was and what is miraculous in Israel's founding. Help us grieve for all that has been lost in the realization of that dream. May we be strong enough and honest enough to carry the shattered along with the whole. May our love and our commitment to the vision of the prophets endure like honey from the rock. May we be partners with the divine and with all of the inhabitants of the land in establishing and protecting justice, dignity, peace, and joy for all. And now we will return, well, not yet, actually. Looks like there's a sermon before that. It's been a rough month for me. I'm going to invite you to have a seat.
Past lives could never hold me down. Lost love is sweeter when it's finally found. And I've got the strangest feeling. This is it, our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Past lives and never hold me down. Love's love is sweeter when it's finally found. I've got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Past lives could never hold me down. Lost love is sweeter when it's finally found. I've got the strangest feeling. This isn't our first time around. Past lives could never come between us. Sometimes the dreamers finally wake up. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming.
So we have a couple of very brief announcements for you before I speak a little bit more today. First, our services this year, we're trying lots of new things. In addition to the indoor-outdoor dynamic that you all now know well, we also invited a small number of people to be sponsors this year to make very significant contributions to cover the expenses of both the live stream and also a lot of the production elements of the experience inside, so that whatever money we are able to bring in for the rest of the holidays can actually fuel the work throughout the course of the year. So I want to thank Tracy and Aaron Colite, and Sarah and Michael Ellenberg, Abner and Roz Goldstein, Mark Borman and Karen Hermelin, Marta Kaufman, Sophie and Adam Pritzker, and two anonymous donors who very graciously have stepped up so that we could all be having this experience. And as I said last night, there are a number of writers on this list, and it really means a lot. It really means a lot, and so I really thank those folks who have stepped in this way. And I invite all of you to think about how we can contribute to community. Many people in many different ways, through volunteering, through our presence and our love, and some who are able through our financial contributions. If you're not going to be here on Yom Kippur when I really hit you up for cash, not cash, pledges, then I just want to invite you to take a moment now, and you can put a sticker on your pledge card. Remember back to last Kol Nidre when Rabbi Marcelo Bronstein gave one of the greatest pitches of all time, and put yourself back in that mindset, and hopefully you'll give generously again. Our incredible team, our staff, our maintenance, our kitchen, our security, and our really hundreds of volunteers, we thank you for putting together this experience for all of us. We're going to be having services tomorrow morning again. We start at 8:30, and as you can see, we're being very responsible moving through the morning. So we'll start early, but don't be caught off guard. So please try and get here. Let's make a morning out of it. We have an incredible panel tomorrow. We're going to be joined by Pastor Eddie, Reverend Eddie Anderson, by Reverend Zachary Hoover, and by Adina Lekovic, two pastor friends and one Muslim scholar who are going to be with us in order to talk about repair and reparation and what we learned from the work of tshuva that each of us must do individually and what we must do collectively and communally. It will be incredible. I also want to and that we have two tashlichs during the week when we go to the sea, one on the east side and one at the Pacific Ocean on the west side. So please keep your eyes open for that information. And then we'll be gathered back here for Kol Nidre on Sunday evening, both indoors and outdoors. Rabbi Panitz will be preaching at Kol Nidre, which will be wonderful. And then we really just invite you to make a day out of it on Yom Kippur. To come back the next morning, Monday, we're going to be joined in the morning by the Surgeon General of the United States, Dr. Vivek Murthy, who is an absolutely brilliant writer, speaker, and thinker, and he and I are going to be in conversation about the epidemic of loneliness that is breaking America. And then a little bit later in the morning, you're going to hear some thoughts of mine about Israel, where we are, how we got here, and what we must do now. And then we'll all be, we have a number of things going on during the break, and we'll all be gathering together outside under the stars to close our time together with Mincha Ne'ilah. So I hope that you'll join us for all of it. If you're going to be with us for breakfast, which is always a blast, I hope that you'll RSVP because it'll make it much easier for us to feed you if we know you're coming. Okay. Mom, ready? Yeah? Here you are. Hi. I begin this sermon at my father's desk, sitting in the quiet of the house that for the past week has overflowed with laughter and love, with babka and broken sugar cookies, and which the week before that was filled with song and silence and babka and broken sugar cookies. Everyone has left. I feel compelled by an inexplicable force to sit in my father's chair. Even though this runs counter to the halakha, we're supposed to show respect to our parents by leaving their seats empty, both in life and also in death. You wouldn't dare sit on the king's throne or the president's chair in the Oval Office, so don't disrespect your parent by sitting in his chair. All of us quietly intuited this over the course of the week. Even those among us who didn't yet know the law avoided his chair at the dining room table unless and until there were no other seats available. Once, unknowing, one of the little ones sat in this office seat that I'm now in, and my girls, a few years older, rebuked them, "Get out of Pop's chair." But I want to sit here. I want to feel the leather cushion that enfolded him every day, especially as he grew increasingly unsteady on his feet, and he would land with a gentle, grateful thud into the welcoming embrace of this seat. His reading glasses now rest just so against the pack of tissues to the right. I think of the endless hours that my father spent here in the past 15 years since he and my mother moved west, pondering the most advantageous ways to give and invest and save, thinking about how to delight and support and surprise his children and grandchildren and my mom. I think of the emails that my father would open every day on this desktop, his portal to the world left behind when they moved here. Jokes from old college buddies and long missives from his brother, and desperate fundraising attempts from his blessedly former political party, along with a mountain of IKAR emails that somehow always got one detail completely wrong, which, believe me, my team always heard about. I look at the piles of unopened mail on his desk, remembering how just a couple of weeks ago, I found my father sitting in this chair, his hand trembling as he struggled to open an envelope as if its contents held the answers to the great mysteries of the universe, when in fact all it was a solicitation from the American Heart Association. I remember him sitting here when Sammy and I came to the house a couple of months ago, and he asked her to help him undo the clip of his fanny pack after his fingers had lost all agility. And I remember how much it broke him when he realized just how profoundly his body had betrayed him. In this chair, I can see him. I can smell the traces of his aftershave. I can almost touch him. He's so close to me that the line between death and life is so thin that for a moment I'm certain it's an illusion. And we are all here and also there, in this world and also the next, all at the same time. And the only question is whether or not we have the courage to admit that that's the case. In Shiva, the community is charged with creating a container to hold the grief of the Avelim, of the mourners, as we begin the sacred work of recovery, trying to piece together the complexity and the mystery and sometimes the majesty of our loved ones' lives. This work is kind of a holy collective excavation project as we try through storytelling and looking at photos and honest recounting to bring back into focus what came before the end, whether the end came abruptly and tragically or after a prolonged decline. What we've experienced most recently obviously leaves the strongest impression, and it takes a dedicated effort to dig beyond the dramatic and sometimes traumatic end in order to rediscover the essence of a person. Instinctively, we have to work our way backward, which often means starting with repeated retellings of the end in all of its detail. Maybe you've experienced this yourself. I've witnessed many Avelim tell and retell where they were when they received the phone call, when the illness took a turn, what the last weeks and final moments of their loved ones' lives were like. This is part of the normal processing of traumatic events. Through repetition and through storytelling, as painful as it is, we assimilate new information and we start to move closer to acceptance. It's as if in order to make sense of a loved one's life, we first have to try to make sense of their death. Only then are we able to move back in time, to remember, to reconstruct, to reimagine a person. If we let them, friends and family and therapists, rabbis, community can be helpful in this process. But now, sitting in my father's chair after the end of Shiva, I find myself drawn once again to the end, to the vastness of the experience, to the holiness of it. I'm still working my way through the tangle of inputs, trying to gather sacred hints that will help explain the complex puzzle of life and death, that will help me make meaning from the overwhelming mix of gratitude and sadness that I'm feeling. Ushering my father through his final days felt to us to be at once the most singular and also most universal human experience when life unfolds as it should, according to the natural order of things. My father lived 86 full years, full of laughter and love, full of joy and angst, illness and recovery and illness again. This was not a catastrophic loss, but a sad and beautiful and blessed one. And as Rosh Hashanah, this day, cuts short our Shloshim, the first 30 and most intense days of mourning, I find myself on these holy days needing to think and speak with you, my beloved community, about the end, about the way that we die, and what it says about who we are and what really matters most. So let's talk about the end. I've shared with some of you the chance stroke of blessing that landed me by the side of my beloved Grandma Millie the last days of her life several years ago. I'd flown down to Florida after giving a talk in New York, and shortly after I arrived, my grandma took a terrible fall and she broke her hip. The doctors insisted that she needed surgery, despite my many protests. She's 98 years old, I said. Is surgery really our only option? She came through the surgery, but she was terribly weak. I spent the next 2 days holding her hand in the hospital, placing droplets of water on her dry lips, simultaneously mortified and completely awed by her charming and totally inappropriate flirtations with the doctors. She was really herself until the very end. But she was deteriorating quickly. But the nurses and the caregivers insisted on reassuring her all along. Don't worry, Mrs. Gordon, they said. You will be playing bridge again in no time. I knew that the caregivers were only trying to comfort her, but I wanted to scream, she is dying. Can't we just be honest with her? So here's the humbling irony. As a rabbi, it's essentially my job to help people confront their mortality so that we can live more meaningfully and purposefully with whatever time we have. And this is a message that you've heard me preach many, many times with great urgency, and it is, in fact, the central theme of these holy days. And yet, here I was, simultaneously aggrieved by the caregiver's failure to be honest with my grandma and absolutely terrified to do so myself. Dr. Atul Gawande once shared the story of a palliative care specialist named Dr. Susan Block, who trains doctors to have honest conversations with patients about end-of-life decisions and care. Block has guided thousands of people through the hardest conversations. What are you living for? How do you want to spend whatever time you have left? But then Block's father, a University of California, Berkeley professor, was diagnosed with a mass growing on his spinal cord. She flew out to see her father the night before his surgery, and they sat together, and they chatted, and then she said goodnight. She was driving away on the Bay Bridge when she realized that she, an expert in end-of-life conversations and care, had avoided talking to her own father about what really mattered to him. In desperation, she turned the car around and drove back to the hospital. I know this isn't even possible, but I imagined a dramatic U-turn on the Bay Bridge. Block races back up to her father's hospital room, and breathlessly she asks him how much he's willing to go through to have a shot at staying alive, and what level of being alive would be tolerable to him. Her father told her that as long as he could eat chocolate ice cream and watch football on TV, he would be willing to go through a lot of pain, but he would want to live. And she was absolutely astonished, not by the ice cream part, but by the football part. In her memory, she had never seen him watch a single game. And yet she learned so much just by asking and listening. But we run away from those conversations. Instead, we engage in a kind of collective magical thinking. If we don't talk about it, maybe it won't be real. And then rather than confront the precariousness and the preciousness of life, we avoid and we evade. But death is part of life. It's normal. It happens to every single being. The dying person, deprived of the opportunity to speak honestly about what's happening, is not only denied agency in the end, but is also denied our full presence as they go through what for many is the scariest experience of their lives. And it's not only they, the dying, who lose in a culture that pathologizes death. We who live also lose, because death denial keeps us from fully engaging life. If we really knew how close we were to the edge, would we waste so much time with such stupid, meaningless distractions. And even more concretely, death denial creates a spiritual schism between the bereaved, those who are forced to confront the reality of loss, and the community, precisely when community is needed the most. My grandma died 3 days after her fall. It was years ago now, but I still wish that I had taken a U-turn on the Bay Bridge. I wish I had told her the truth about where this was heading, given her a chance to decide what her final hours might look like, to narrate her own closing chapter in truth rather than a facade of normalcy. Instead, I joined the chorus of false hope. My fear got in the way of my love. When my father was diagnosed with an advanced aggressive Parkinson's 3 years ago, I was determined not to make the same mistake again. So instead, I sat down with him when he was still fully possessing his faculties, and I took a deep breath, and I said, "Dad, I hope you live a long life, but this disease is a beast. It creeps through the system, and at some point, it will deny you the ability to live independently and to communicate fully. I know this is hard, but I have to ask you now, while you're still fully here, what matters most to you?" He was not offended. To my surprise, he answered me immediately, as if he too had been quietly considering this all along. He told me two things, which I share with you now with my family's permission. One, he wanted to be at home, if at all possible. And two, he wanted to bring joy to my mother, his wife of more than 50 years. The ice cream part was implied for my father, always. This gave us some really important data points. As hard as it would be for us to care for him at home, we knew we had to do whatever we could to provide it. That would require advanced planning, saving money, hiring caregivers, installing bars and ramps, and more. And he wanted not only to stay close to my mother, but to be able to give her joy. That meant we had to do everything in our power to help him hold on to his agency, his cognition, and his ability. I asked him this question a couple of years ago, and then I checked back literally every month since then, even up to a week before his death. Yes, those remained for him the two most important things. Consistent with our broader culture, our healthcare system, rooted in death denial, is biased toward longevity, not quality of life. In the words of palliative care expert B.J. Miller, it is designed to center diseases, not the people living with and dying from those diseases. That's how we end up with these costly, unnecessary, and sometimes painful medical interventions to prolong life, rather than thoughtful, creative interventions to help a person live and die with some measure of agency and dignity. Desperate final hours are spent in the ER, fighting for a bed, rather than beside the bed of our loved ones, singing and praying and whispering words of love and care. 2 weeks before my father died, an infection coursed through his body. He, who had been standing here on Shabbat morning just 2 days earlier and actually came up for an aliyah, was now spiking a fever and had become so weak that he could barely lift his head. After several sleepless and traumatic nights for all of us in the hospital, he miraculously stabilized, and it became clear that they needed the bed for patients with more acute illness. While we remained concerned, we nevertheless gratefully returned home, and we began to plot gentle therapeutic interventions. Maybe we had dodged a bullet. But that optimism was short-lived. It was clear to me that my father was dying. His systems were shutting down, and he was suffering. The Midrash tells us that when it was time for Aaron to die, God longed to give Aaron the chance to prepare so that he could die on his own terms, but did not have the courage to share the sad news. God did not have the courage to share the sad news with Aaron. So instead, God turned to Moses and said, "Do me a favor and tell Aaron that he's going to die. I'm too ashamed to do it myself." Moses had no choice but to comply. The Midrash says he rose early in the morning and he went to Aaron, and as artfully and sensitively and lovingly as he could, one brother told the other that the end was near. Aaron's body felt so weak as he confronted for the first time the truth of his mortality. But in a final act of agency, Aaron prepared himself for death until a fog enveloped him and the Shekhinah, the divine presence, descended and kissed him, and he gently passed from this world. At one point, now back home, as my father's condition worsened, we desperately called the nurse to ask for advice. And we were told, if you're really concerned, call 911 and take him back to Cedars. In a death-denying healthcare system, that really is the only answer. As Shimon Peres famously said, if all you have is a hammer, you see the whole world as a nail. But we were clear that there would be no more ambulances and no more hospitals, even as we knew that choosing not to go meant saying the quiet part out loud. We had to help him transition from this world with love. The move to hospice care was completely transformative. As Dev and Michael and my mom and I stood with my father at the precipice of life and death, I thought of Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi, the great sage, who suffered 13 years from scurvy and kidney stones in pain and anguish. The Talmud invites us right into his final moments. Rabbi Yehuda is on his deathbed. He's suffering. He's dying. But the rabbis, his colleagues, his students, they can't bear to lose him. Caught in the grips of their own death denial, they decree that anyone who even dares to suggest a Rebbe is dying will be stabbed with a sword. That's how much they don't want to confront the reality of this imminent loss. They fast. They pray fervently for God's mercy. Please let him live. They will not allow this great man to part from them. Now, Rebbe also has by his side a caregiver, and she too wants Rebbe to live. She prays, we're not ready to lose him. Just give us a little more time, God. But she is incredibly perceptive, and she perceives that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi is being tugged between two realities. The upper realms and the lower realms are competing for his soul. Now, by Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi's side, she starts to pay very close attention, and she witnesses his profound suffering. Specifically, the Talmud tells us that the caregiver sees how it pains him to go to the bathroom. She sees the exhaustion and the indignity, and it's absolutely wrenching. So again, she prays, but this time with a different intention. May it be your will, she says, that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi is able to transition from this world in peace. But the rabbis are relentless. They will not let him go. And their grasp on his soul, their refusal to give him permission to die, is keeping Rebbe suspended in this anguished limbo. So she, the caregiver, takes matters into her own hands. Climbing to the rooftop, she grabs hold of a kuzah, a ceramic jug, and she thrusts it to the ground. The sound of broken pottery distracts the rabbis for just a brief moment. And as they gaze at the shards on the ground, Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi's soul ascends to the heavens. He has died. He's finally at peace. I love that the rabbis' profound misunderstanding of what's actually needed, their selfish attempts to hold their beloved teacher in this world, even when it was time to go, is recorded and preserved for all time by the rabbis in the rabbinic literature. I love that it is his unnamed caregiver, a woman, who truly understands what only God had known. That the mercy that Rabbi Yehuda HaNasi really needed was not prolonged life, but compassionate death. She only knew this by standing in the breach, by paying attention not to what she needed, but to what Rebbe's soul needed. In a quiet moment, I shared the story with my mother. It gave her comfort as we shifted our own thinking and our prayers, as we reoriented from medical interventions in the service of death avoidance to natural death to compassionate death. This gave us permission to hold my father with love and to grant him release rather than jealously scramble to hold on to every last second. The first thing that the hospice nurse told us embodies the Torah of compassionate end-of-life care. Take off the oximeter, she said, referring to the mechanism that we were checking incessantly to gauge his oxygen and his pulse. Don't look at the numbers. Look at the person. In compassionate care, we have two priorities. First, we strive to create the conditions for physical comfort. We work to reduce suffering. We make space for what Dr. Miller calls primal sensorial delights. In our case, my father was permitted a reunion with his beloved ice cream, which had been deemed too dangerous to his long-term health, but was truly pointless to deny him now. Our goal, the hospice team, is no longer nutrition or long-term health. It's sensory gratification. If it makes him happy, give it to him. It made him very happy. And second, we create the conditions for spiritual comfort. Here, our Jewish tradition meets and marries the hospice toolkit. About a decade ago, I met an incredible doctor named Ira Bayak, another of the leading voices in hospice and palliative care. After traversing the final chapter with thousands of dying people and their families, he identified what he calls the 4 things that matter most. I've shared this with many of you over the course of the years. Please forgive me. I forgive you. Thank you. And I love you. Of course, Bayak explains that the 4 things apply all the time, not only when death is imminent, but I realized that they happen to embody the very essence of our somewhat impenetrable deathbed vidui, or confessional, the final words that our traditional liturgy guides us to impart before we die, or on behalf of the dying. The goal is grace, wonder, spiritual connection, soul preparedness. So some years ago, I attempted a new liturgy, simple and accessible, that interweaves Bayak's wisdom with our ancient Jewish wisdom, that gives us words when there are no words. Many of you have said these words now at the bedside of beloveds. This liturgy is intended to support us in overcoming the deeply embedded cultural urge to hide, to deny, to repress, and instead it helps us embrace our vulnerability. It reminds us that for all that we can't control, we can choose forgiveness, we can thank, and we can love. This liturgy, which our family said over and over again for the full week that my father was in hospice care, allowed us to embrace those final moments with tender, open hearts. I say all of this knowing that even thinking about ending well is a privilege. There are sudden losses that tear us from our loved ones with no choice and no mercy. And I'm deeply humbled by the unthinkable tragedies that some people in this room have had to endure. I also know that geographical and emotional distance also sometimes preclude the possibility of sacred accompaniment. And of course, just last week, we witnessed the convulsions of human heartache rippling from Morocco and from Libya, when entire worlds were turned upside down with no glimmer of agency or grace, no talk of ending well. Even still, there is a movement to rethink and ultimately redesign how we talk about death and how we die. What does it mean to bring honesty and agency into the death experience when we're able? To shift from a medical mindset to a compassion mindset, to talk about and to live by what truly matters most. And these are questions that I think we all must take very seriously. In his dying days, we sat quiet vigil in my parents' house, and I had 3 books in my hands. One to review the halachot of death and mourning, one to contemplate the ancient wisdom of consolation from Michael Ignatieff, and one, the stunning poetic memoir of Elizabeth Alexander, written after the sudden and tragic death of her beloved just 4 days after his 50th birthday. Hour to hour, I carried these 3 books with me wherever I went. And I have already told you that I'm a person who listens to mindfulness podcasts on time and a half. I am always accepting inputs. I'm trying to learn as much as I can, as fast as I can, especially before the holidays, when the heart and mind are most fertile. But as the hours passed, I could not bring myself to open any of the books anymore. Instead, on his last day, as Shabbat drew to a close, I took my shift alone by his side. And I leaned into the wisdom of John Tarrant, a psychotherapist and Zen Buddhist teacher, who writes that attention is the most basic form of love. Through it, we bless and we are blessed. Attention is the most basic form of love. So I just sat there, holding his hand and watching. And I found that there was nothing in the world that mattered more to me than my father's breath. I took note of every different kind of breath, the short, quick, panicked breaths, the deep, agonizing, breathless breaths, the uneven breaths that seemed out of sequence altogether, 3 quick breaths in a row, followed by 18 or 19 seconds, an eternity with no breath at all. And in those sacred moments, it was clear that there truly was no greater gift that I could give my father, nothing that I could do to thank him or repay him for a lifetime of love and kindness and protection and worry and plotting and strategizing and endless care than to simply give him my fullest attention. And so that is exactly what I did for hours. According to the Jewish tradition, when someone's dying, we open up a window. This is a signal to the soul that there's a way out, that we're granting our release when the time comes. In that room, we opened a window and a sliding door, but to honor my father's privacy, we closed the blinds over the door. And at one time, in that timeless bedside vigil, that deep presence, a gentle breeze blew into the room and billowed the blinds. And at that very same moment, the small reading light just above his head flickered. And just then, he, who had been completely non-responsive for 2 days, squeezed my hand with all his might. And I knew exactly what was happening. Like Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, the upper realms and the lower realms were competing for Rick Browse. His soul was ready to leave his body. This body that had served him well for so many years, but in the last few years had proven unfit for his giant spirit. His soul was ready to go, but he remained so tethered to this world that he was pulling back. Just another day with mom, just another moment with the grandkids. It was a gentle, extended liminality. He was fully and completely between worlds. Bein hashmashot, just like the Sabbath itself. It was no longer day, but it was not yet night. He was here and he was there all at once. The rest of the family came into the room, and we recited the Vidui once again, singing together the words that we will repeat next week on Yom Kippur. Nai, 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 yana, nai, 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 yana, nai, 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 nai. Hashamnu, baganu, gazalnu, dibarnu dofi. Please forgive, we said. I forgive you, thank you. And with love, we release you. And moments later, as the sky blackened, we sang Havdalah by the bedside. We bless you, God, for distinguishing between light and dark and holy and mundane, between life and death. And then my father, my beautiful, brilliant, strong, and certain father, breathed his last breath, and he went gently into the night. I will remember for the rest of my life the feeling of sitting on the grass by the open gravesite beside my mother and my sister and brother, by David and Eva, Sammy and Levi, and all my nieces and nephews, brother and sister-in-law, and singing El Nora Alila, and looking up and witnessing this community place earth on my father's coffin with love. This community showed my family the full force of its love at the funeral, at Shiva, and beyond. And I will never forget it. You blessed us with your presence and your care. Some of you were with us on the last night of Shiva. I shared a story from my first year of rabbinical school, when we spent weeks studying this complex machloket, a dispute in the Talmud, only for it to end abruptly and unsatisfyingly with one word, teku. Teku means that the question remains unanswered. There's no clear conclusion to this dispute. As some say, it's not only unresolved, but it may be unresolvable. My chavruta was a second career rabbinical student. He called himself a recovering attorney. He was enraged. He slammed the book on the table. And I knew in that moment that this would infuriate my father too, the pragmatist that he was. So I picked up the phone and I called him to share, chiding him a little bit, that I had chosen a path that would lead me on a lifelong inquiry with no clear resolution ever. And it did drive him nuts. But it absolutely delighted me. I loved and I love the idea of a conversation that is not yet over, that may never end. Some of you have shared with me that you speak with your deceased parents or spouse or children every single day. Some of you still fight with your loved ones who've died. Some of you ask for advice. Some of you share your deepest secrets, maybe even more so now that they're beyond this world. My father did not believe in any of that. He thought that that was magical thinking. Just because it might make us feel better does not make it true. But as I sat in my father's chair, my elbows resting on the armrest just so, I knew and I know now that that is my truth, that this story is not nearly over, it's just now going to take a different form. And I, grateful for the grace afforded to us in being able to usher him to a compassionate end, will live the rest of my life knowing that there really is no end, just new ways to find him forever.
sky. Oh, free at last, they took your life. They could not take your pride. In the name of love, what more in the name of love? In the name of love, what more in the name of love? In the name of love, what more in the name of love? In the name of love, whoa, what more in the name of love?
We are now about to return the Torah to the Ark. We will begin with Ashrei on page 120.
Yoshvei beitecha, od ye'aleluchos elo. Nashrei am shekacha lo, Nashrei am she'Adonai Eloheinu.
I invite you to please rise. Yeah, hallelujah. Yeah, Shem Adonai, nishkav shmo, levado, ay, 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 hodo aleret, beshamayim, vayarem keren leyamo, v'ilan bechol, chasiro v'pnei hallelujah, mi Have a seat. So, as many of you heard us explain last night, there's no shofar on this first day of Rosh Hashanah because it's also Shabbat. So we will have the shofar service at this time tomorrow, or a little bit earlier probably tomorrow. So hope that many of you will be back here to join us for that. I believe we have some snacks to reward you for making it this far in our Rosh Hashanah service. So they'll be coming into the room in just a moment, and we'll invite everyone to please turn to page 123 as we begin Musaf.
refreshed and replenished, we're getting ready to begin one more service. In a moment, we're going to enter the Musaf Amidah for today, maybe the noblest of all of the Amidahs of the year. It has 3 sections. The first section, Malchuyot, in which we acknowledge divine majesty. The second, Zichronot, in which we remember and ask to be remembered. And the third is Shofarot, in which we celebrate today's special symbol, the shofar, which of course does not make an appearance today because it's Shabbat. Instead, what we have today is a zichron teruah, a remembering of the shofar, a memory of the shofar's voice, the sound, if you want, of silence, the still small voice. Rabbi Dov Ber of Mezrich taught that emptiness, that silence, is actually a model of the way that we should be on every Rosh Hashanah. We should think of ourselves as shofarot, hollow and inert and empty until we are animated by the divine breath, and only when the divine one exhales into us can we sound. And that means, I think, that even though no shofar will be sounded in this Amidah today, we can think of every person in this room as being a shofar. Take a look around. Just like actual shofarot, no one is the same as the next one. Just like actual shofarot, we are all different shapes and different sizes. We make different sounds, and some of us find it easy to speak, and others find it harder. We come from multiple sources and multiple places, but all of us on Rosh Hashanah are shofarot. We all begin narrow and grow more expansive. We are all capable of sacred sound, even if that sound does not play a tune. And just like in the Garden of Eden, we are waiting. We are waiting for that first breath that will bring us alive, that will exhale into us and warm us and make us living beings once again. So as we enter the Amidah, let's be conscious of our emptiness. Let's be conscious that we are hollow. And let's be fully open to what enters into us in this silence. Let us open up and let us be curious about what will come in. The silent Amidah. Please rise. And we begin on page 125.
אתה שומע תפילת עמך ישראל ברחמים ברוך אתה שומע תפילה
Begin the repetition of the Amidah on page 141. Throughout the Musaf Amidah, there are lots of times that the ark is opened and closed. So just a reminder, if you selected one of those honors cards on your way into the sanctuary this morning, just to look at the flip side to see when you're invited up to open and close the ark. The ark is opened on page 141.
גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל וזוכר חסדי אבות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו ויבוא ניסון חכמים ורבנים ומילם את דעת מבינים הבטחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים לחלות ולכונן פני מלך מלכי מלכים ואדוני אדונים זוכרנו ולחפץ החיים וכותבנו בספר החיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהי חי מלך עוזר מושיע ומגן ברוך אתה again of Rome. Amen. Natagi bo leolam Adonai mechai meitim adarav yoshiyamo oridata michal kelvai nefesed mechai meitim erachamim rabim סומך נופלים ורופך חולים נו מתיר אסורים נו מקיים אמונתו מי Elohim Baruch Atah Adonai Nechayei HaMeitim V'cheinu Nechat Kedusha Ki Ata Eloheinu Melech Mochel V'Soleach.
You can take a seat for just a moment. We'll close the ark just for now. To prepare for this prayer, ready our hearts. It was late spring, and there was an older gentleman who showed up on the farm where I was working, a big bag of tools in his hand. Ready? He asked. No time for small talk. So he joined the farm crew in the barn, and we gathered all the sheep into the pen nearby. It was clear that this man had spent at least 6 decades shearing sheep. One at a time, he wrapped one arm around the sheep's torso, flipping her onto her back, using his other hand to remove the wool from her belly, then her back, then her side. And he was efficient, confident, and it seemed like he knew just where to apply pressure to keep the animals calm. When he finished shearing each sheep, he'd release them to the pasture where they would eat furiously. But then something happened that I'll never forget. As we brought the last sheep from the pen into the barn, you could tell that she was agitated. One by one, the sheep had been taken from the pen, and by this point, she was the only one remaining. He had trouble getting a tight grip on her, and she slipped his grasp and ran full speed into the wooden fence of the barn. It was enough force to break through some of the planks, but not enough to fully escape into the pasture she was caught. So he pulled at the surrounding planks to help her escape, and thankfully, she was okay. The man looked shocked. I don't remember much of what happened next, but I remember we asked him what went wrong. And he said, we should have guided some of the sheared sheep back into the pen so that she wouldn't have been so scared, so that she would have sensed that she was still safe. This moment in our service, when we recite Unetana Tokef, when we chant the words, who will live and who will die, when we picture ourselves as passing before God, who is described as a shepherd examining the flock, Ma'avirtzono tachat shifto. For many of us, this is the scariest moment. When our deepest desires for safety are thrown into question, mi yanuach mi yanua. We face the losses of the past year, and we voice the terrifying admission that we simply don't know what awaits us. I don't believe that our fates are predetermined. But I do know, as you shared, that our fragility cannot be ignored. So here's what I know. We don't say this prayer quietly to ourselves. It's not part of the silent Amidah that we just recited, just the communal repetition. Because we're not being asked to face these fears alone. We're asked to find each other when we're scared, when we're exposed, when we're vulnerable. Find each other in our grief, to return to the pen, to be together when life is most uncertain. So let's chant the words of Unetana Tokef together. We'll rise as the ark is opened on page 143.
Unetana Tokef kedushat hayom ki ho nora vayom uvot tinaseh malchutecha v'kol mechesed kisecha v'teshev olav b'yamed אמת, כי אתה דן מוכיח ויודע בועד וחוטא בחוטאים בסופר מנה, ותזכור כל נשכחות ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות, ומעליו יקרא וחוטא מיד כל אדמו. ובשופר גדול ייתקע, וקול דממה דקה יישמע. נו מלאכים יחפשון, דחילור ידה יחשון, ויאמרו הנה היום הדין לבכור על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו עיניך בדין לכל באי עולם יעברו לפניך כבני מרום כבקרה Rosh Hashanah ikatevu, v'yom tzom kippur yechatevu. Rosh Hashanah ikatevu, v'yom tzom kippur yechatevu. Chama yavrun v'chama yibareyun. מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי בקיצו ומי לא בקיצו. בראש השנה יקראתהו, וביום tzom kippur יחתמו. בראש השנה יקראתהו, tzom kippur יחתמו. מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיה, מי ברב ומי בצמא, מי ברש ומי במגפה, מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה. בראש השנה יקראתהו, וביום tzom kippur יחתמו. בראש השנה יקראתהו, וביום tzom kippur יחתמו. מי ינוח מי ומי יתערב, מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי ישר, מי ישפל ומי ירום. בראש השנה ירדנו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. בראש השנה יחתנו, וביום צום כיפור יחתנו. נתשובה את רוח זעירה, כי תהילתך קשה לכעוס ונוח לצעוד, כי לא תחפוץ במות המת. כי אם בשוב מיד כופר חיה ואז יום מותו תחכלו, אם ישוב מיד תקבלו אמת אמת כתר ישרם, ותרת ישרם, כי ימסר בדם, אדם יסוד המפרדם. וכרוח נושבת וכבק פורח, וכך חלום יעוף, ואתה הוא מלך, נלכוי וקיים. אין קצבה לשנותיך ואין קץ לאורך ימיך ואין שיר למרכבות כבודך ואין פירוש לעילוי שמך. אי שמך נאו אליך ואתה נאו אל שמך ושמנו. Ay, 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 arata bishmecha, aseilemon shemecha, v'kadesh et shimcha makdishei shemecha, bavur kevod shimcha, hanerat v'anikdash. נריצחי ונקדישך כתוציא שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש דרם עליהם דרם אתה ככתוב על גלמיך וקרא זה אל זה ויאמר
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך לארץ כבודו
קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלך לארץ כבודו כבודו עלינו משעת השונים זה לזה אלוהים עלינו משעת השונים זה לזה Baruch Ameru
Baruch Adonai Mimkomo.
Baruch Kevod Adonai Mimkomo. Mimkomo. U'nifein ve'rachamim. E'yachonam yachad Hashem. Erev bavoker. Bechol yom tamid. Amayim me'ava shemami. Mimkomo. U'nifein
Shema Yisrael, Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Eloheinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Umoshienu, Yashmienu, Vachmavshenit, Leine Kol Chai, Liot Lachem, Leiloim.
Ani Adonai Eloheinu.
Ani Adonai Elohechem, Adir Darereinu, Adonai Adoneinu, Madir Shimcha, Bechol Haaretz, V'yeh Adonai Lemelech al Kol Haaretz, V'yamahu Adonai Echad, U'shmo Echad, U'divrei Kodshecha Gadol Lemor, Yimloch Adonai Olam, Elahai Zion, Medor Vador, Hallelujah. Medor Vador Legegurlecha, Lezanetzachim, Genushatcha Nagish, V'shivchacha Elohim mipnei Mush Le'olam Moed, Ki El Melech Gadol, V'kadosh Ata. Chamol al Masecha, V'tismach b'masecha, V'yomru lecha chosecha, B'tzadecha anusecha, Tukta shalom kol maasecha, Ki makdishecha b'kedushatcha.
Bottom of page 148, last paragraph.
תוסגב לבלך ונמלוך על כל ביחוד, ככתוב על ימיך ויעל המלך, על כל הארץ, ויאמר לך ושמו אחד. איי, 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 איי.
149.
וכן תן פחד לאלוהינו על כל מעשיך, ואימתך על כל מה שבראת, ויראוך כל המעשים, וישתחוו לבניך כל הברואים, ויעשו כל המאגודה אחת, לעשות רצונך, בלב אבשלם, כמו שידעו על אלוהינו, שהשלטון לפניך, עוז בידיך, וגבורה בבניך, ושמך נורא. על כל מה שבראת. וכן תן כבוד אדוני לעמך, תהילה ליראך ותקווה לדורשך, פתחון פה למייחלים לך, שמחה לארצך, וששון לעירך, צמיחה קרן לדוידוי, אי לדוידוי נקרא, שמחה לארצך, וששון לעירך, צמיחה קרן לדוידוי, אי לדוידוי נקרא, איי 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 משיחך במהרה בימינו וכן צדיקים יראו וישמחו וישרים יעלוזו וחסידים ברינה יגדילו ויולדת תתפוס פיה לכל הרישה כולה כעשן תכלה כי תבוא ממשלה זדון מן הארץ.
Some of you know what is coming. We are about to do our first V'yatayu of the season. There will be a few to come, but there's something about the first one that always feels especially auspicious. Many of you know what I'm talking about, and some of you probably don't, but it's really our first chance to release some inhibitions this year, 5784, yes, Ross, exactly, and just let ourselves be. But this experience is such a specific one, and sometimes it's a little bit hard to explain and definitely to replicate. And unless you've experienced it, you don't really know how to say it. But I found a concept that I think a little bit lends some insight into it. It turns out that the author and political activist Barbara Ehrenreich talks about collective ecstasy. And I think that that is really what we try to do here. And also, I learned that she kind of created this idea informed by the idea of collective effervescence by Emile Durkheim, this French sociologist. And he actually said that this is a ritually induced passion or ecstasy that cements social bonds and, he proposed, is actually the basis of religion in the first place. Okay? So maybe the V'yatayu is actually where everything else came from. Maybe this is an opportunity to go back to the beginning, to the foundations, which are collective ecstasy and collective effervescence. Some of us maybe think that collective ecstasy sounds like the kind of thing that's only possible on a psychedelic trip or some other kind of altered state. But I would argue that we really can do it here, and we do it well. We take everything that we came in here with, all the complicated, heavy, unsure, unsettling, fearful, insecure, sad, lonely parts of ourselves, and we set them down for a few minutes. We leave them on our chairs, and then we take the other parts of ourselves, the joy, the hope, the wonder, the awe, the excitement, the confidence, and we dance and sing and yell. We find each other in a moment of collective ecstasy. We make a moment of collective ecstasy. Ehrenreich explains that we as human beings are impelled almost instinctively to share our joy. And we really need it. We need some joy right now. So leave your real world hard and sad and lonely parts of yourselves at your chairs for a moment. They will wait for you. And come up and dance. We all need each other. Collective ecstasy is waiting. Please rise. V'yatayu is on page 150.
And she really means it. Come up and dance. Let's fill the aisles here.
ויתאי כל עובדיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
יבורכו שם כבודיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויגידו מה עם צדקך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ידרשוך ממנו ידעוך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויעללוך כל אפסי הארץ
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויאמרו תמיד יגדל אדוני
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
יזנחו את עצביהם
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויחפרו עם כסיליהם
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
יתו שכם אחד לעובדיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ובחיים שמש מבקשי פניך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויכירו כוח מלכותך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ילמדו תועים דינו
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
וימללו את גבורותיך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
וינוסוך מתנשא לכל ערום
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויסלדו בחילה פניך
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויתנוך נזר תפארה
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
וישתקו הרים מרינה
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
ויתפלו עם במולכך
כתם מלוכה
ויקבלו על מלכותך עליהם
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
וירוממוך בקהלה
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
וישמעו רחוקים מיפו
ויתנו לך כתם מלוכה
Ay, 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 nay, nay, nay. ייתנו לך כתר מלוכה לבדך כל מעשיך
ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה
ביד ציון משכן כבודך
ויתנו לך כתר מלוכה
בירושלים עיר קודשך כתוב בדברי קודשך ויתנו לך כתר אם לא חד על ציון לדור ודור Hallelujah.
We are on page 151. You can have a seat if you'd like.
קדוש אתה ונורא שמך ואין אלוה מבלעדיך ככתוב רק באדוני צבאות במשפט ואל הקדוש נקדש בצדקה ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש אתה בחרתנו מכל העמים אהבת אותנו ורצית בנו ורוממתנו מכל הלשונות וקידשתנו במצוותיך וקרבתנו מכינו לעבודתך בשמך גדול וקדוש וקראת ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה את יום השבת ואת יום הזיכרון הזה יום זיכרון תשועה באהבה מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים וביום השבת שני כבשים בני שנה תמימים ושני עשרים סולת מנחה ולא בשמן מזכו עולה שבת בשבתו עלת תמיד ונזכו
We're on the top of 152.
ובחודש השביעי באחד לחודש מקרא קודש יהיה לכם כמותך לעבודה לא תעשו ונזכיהם כמשפטם לריח ניחוח איש אל אדוני ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת וקורא עונג שבת ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת קורא עונג שבתם מקדשי שבי מקדשי שביעית שבת. כולם ישביעו ויתנו מטובך שבת. ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת בקורא יום שבת. ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת בקורא יום שבת. ובשביעי רצית בו וקידשתו שבת. חמדת ימים אותו קראת זכר למעשה בראשית שבת. ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת בקורא יום שבת. ישמחו במלכותך שומרי 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 שבת בקורא יום שבת. נחילה לאל לא חלף עליו ישלה ממנו מנה לשון. אוי 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 אשר ביקלם השיר עוזו אביע לנו במפעליו. נאי לאדם אוכל ללשון אדוני שפתי תפתח ופי יגיד תהילתך. נאי אוי אוי יהיו לרצונים לפיו יגון ליבי לפניך. אדוני צורי וגואלי.
The Aleinu is one of the most common prayers, probably also one of the oldest prayers in our liturgy. We recite it 3 times a day, every day throughout the year. It's so common that the melody for the second half of it, Shehunot hashamayim ve'itzi bitzi spider. Okay, that's how popular it is, that it invented the itsy bitsy spider melody. Okay, but Aleinu on the high holidays is something altogether different. Right? Usually, when we reach Ve'anachnu korim u'mishtachavim u'modim, when we reach just about a third of the way down the prayer, we bow at the knees for a second or two, and then we come on up, continuing with the rest of our prayer, usually trying to get to the end of the service. That's not what we're going to do on Rosh Hashanah. That's not what we do on Yom Kippur. We have an entirely different custom of how we bow, how we prostrate on Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur in this prayer. So here's how it works. When we get to that familiar line, Ve'anachnu korim u'mishtachavim u'modim, instead of just bowing from the knees, we fully prostrate onto the ground. And I'm going to invite everyone who's able and willing to try to do that. Again, clearing space for each other, fully letting yourself be flat on the ground, held by the ground. And we're going to linger there. Linger there long enough to realize and to feel in our bodies and in our hearts that that's the nature of life so often. We get knocked down, and we honor that by staying down, not getting up too quickly, by staying down long enough to feel what we need to feel in that place of being knocked down. Right? But that's not where we end the custom. Because after a few moments of honoring that experience, we rise to our feet, and you can help the person with their permission next to you, if needed, to get back up onto their feet. And we'll stand up tall, put our arms in the air, and show ourselves and show each other and show God and show this community that we're going to be okay, that we can stand up, that there is a future to see even after we've been knocked down. So that's the custom of Aleinu on Rosh Hashanah and on Yom Kippur. I'll invite you all to try it with us. The ark is opened on page 154.
Aleinu l'shabeya Adon Akol Latei Gedula Leoser Bereshit Selo Asanu Kegaye Aratzon Selo Samen Mishpechot Adama Egor Aleinu Kechol Hamonam Vananu Korim Umishtachavim Umodim. לפני מלך מלכי מלכים, הקדוש ברוך
We rise, humbly hearted, rise, won't be divided, rise, to surround us. Rise in hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. We rise up from the wreckage, rise with tears and with courage, rise fighting for life. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here. In hope, in prayer, we find ourselves here. In hope, in prayer, we're right here.
We continue on the middle of page 156. We're going to remain standing, but if at any point you need to take a seat, it's quite all right. 156.
ככתוב בתורתך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, שאו שירים ראשיכם, וינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד, מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה, שאו שירים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד, מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות ומלך הכבוד, סלה.
157.
ועל ידי עבדיך הנביאים כתוב לאמור, ונאמר, והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, נו שמו אחד. ובתורתך כתוב לאמור, שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו מלוך על כל עם כולו בכבודך, וינשא על כל הארץ בקרתך, ויופע בדרגון זך על כל יושבי תבל ארצך, וידע כל ביול כי אתה פעל טוב, ויבין כל יצור כי אתה יצר טוב, ויאמר כל אשר נשמה ויבוא אדוני אלוהינו מלך, ומלכותו בכל משלה. אלוהינו ולאבותינו רצנו וחטאנו, קודשנו במצוותיך, ותן חלקנו בתורתך, שבנו מטובך, ושמח נפשנו משועתך, והנחילנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה וברצון, שב על קודשך, וינוחו בו ישראל מקדישי שמך, וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, לעבדך באמת, וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, לעבדך באמת. איי 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 וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, וטהר ליבנו, לעבדך באמת. אתה אלוהים אמת ודברך אמת וקיים לעד, ברוך אתה אדוני מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל, מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל, מלך על כל הארץ, מקדש ישראל. כל הארץ מקדש השבת ישראל ליום הזיכרון.
Page 160 for the Zichronot section.
אתה זוכר מעשה עולם ופוקד כל יצור קדם לפניך נגלו כל תולמות והמון נסתרות בראשית אין שיחה לפני כיסא כבודך ואין נסתר מנגד עיניך אתה זוכר כל מפה וגם כל יצור לא נכחד ממך הכל גלוי ודולה בנך אדוני אלוהינו צופה ומביט עד סוף כל הדורות כי תבואי חוק וזיכרון ניפקד כל רוח בנפש תזכר מעשים רבים והמון בריאות לית תכלית בראשית כזאת הודעת ומלפנים אותו גינית.
161.
ככתוב בתורתך ויזכור אלוהים את נוח ואת כל החיה ואת כל הבהמה אשר איתו בטבע ויעבור אלוהים רוח על הארץ וישוקו המים ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור זכר עשה לנפלותיו חנון ורחום אדוני ועל ידי עבדיך הנביאים כתוב לאמור הלוך וקראת באוזני ירושלים לאמור כה אמר אדוני זכרתי לך חסד נעורייך בת כלולותייך לכתך אחרי במדבר בארץ לא זרוע אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו זוכרנו וזיכרונו טוב לפניך ובפקדנו בבכות ישועה ברחמים משמי שמי קדם וזכור לנו על אלוהינו את הברית ואת החסד ואת השבועה שנשבעת לנו מדבר המוריה ותראה לבניך הקדש שכתב אברהם אבינו ואת יצחק בנו על גבי המזבח לכבש רחמיו לעשות רצונך בלב אבשלם כן יכבשו רחמך את כסך מעלינו ובטובך הגדול ישוב חרון אפך מעמך ומעירך מנחלתך וקיים לנו על אלוהינו את הדבר שהבטחתנו בתורתך ועל ידי משה עבדך מפי כבודך כאמור וזכרתי להם ברית ראשונים אשר עשיתי אותם מארץ מצרים לעיני הגויים להיות להם לאלוהים נני אדוני כי זוכר כל הנשכחות אתה הוא מעולם ואין שיחה לפני כיסא כבודך וכדת יצחק לזרעו היום ורחמים תזכור ברוך אתה אדוני זוכר הברית
Middle of page 164, the shofarot section.
ככתוב בתורתך ויהי קול השופר הולך בחזק מאוד משה ידבר ואלוהים יעננו בקול ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור.
Page 165.
הללויה הללויה
Hallelujah.
נידחים בארץ מצרים, ובאו האומים בארץ אשור, נידחים בארץ מצרים, וישתחוו השם מעל הקודש, וישתחוו אדוני מעל הקודש, וישתחוו אדוני מעל הקודש, וישתחוו השם ירושלים,
Continue on page 166.
Eloheinu Levoteinu Tikah b'shofar gadol l'cheruteinu b'sanes t'kabes kalyoteinu v'kare bezureinu mibein hagoyim unevloteinu kanes merketei haaretz v'yavienu l'tzion ircha berina v'Yerushalayim beit mikdashcha b'simchat olam shesham asu avoteinu lefanecha et olotehem et shalmehem v'chen chatu b'toratecha v'yom simchatchem v'vodechem v'rosh chodshechem utkatem b'chatzotzot al olotechem v'al zivchei shalmeichem v'yayu lachem zikaron lipnei Elohechem ani Adonai Elohechem ki ata shomea kol shofar u'mazin tshuva v'en malach Baruch ata Adonai shomea kol truat amo Yisrael merachamim
167.
Say Adonai Eloheinu b'emcha Yisrael u'v'tfilatam shevet avodalid v'betecha v'shtei Yisrael v'tfilatam v'abat tikabel b'ratzon u'tehil ratzon tamid avodat Yisrael amecha v'techezena eineinu b'shchat Zion barachamim Baruch ata Adonai shama chazir shechinato לציון מודים אנחנו לך שאתה הוא אלוהינו ולאבותינו הטוב כי לא חל רחמך והמרחם כי לא תמו חסדיך מעולם קיווינו לך ועל כולם יתברך בתרומם שמך מלכנו תמיד לעולם ועד אבינו מלכנו זכור רחמך וחושך נחלי דבר בחרב הרב ושביל משחית ועוון ושבל המגפה ופק גרה בכל מחלה בכל צקלה בכל קטטה בכל מיני פורענויות בכל גזירה רעה בשנאת חינם מעלינו מעל כל בני בריתך ומכל העולם וכתוב לחיים טובים כל בני בריתך וכל החיים בדוק הסלע יעלו את שמך באמת האל ישועתנו בעזרתנו סלע ברוך אתה אדוני הטוב שמך ולכנו ולהודות אלוהינו לאבותינו ברכנו בברכה משולשת בתורה הכתובה על ידי משה עבדך אמורה מפי אהרון ובניו כהנים קדושך כאמור יברכך אדוני ישמרך יואל אדוני Adonai fanav elecha yosem lecha shalom sim shalom tov v'oracha b'yolam chen v'chesed v'rachamim aleinu yal kol Yisrael amecha v'yal kol Yisrael amecha barchenu avinu kulanu kechad barchenu avinu kulanu kechad v'yor panecha ki v'yor panecha natat alanu Adonai Eloheinu noach ha'yam ha'chesed v'yam ha'chesed nun stot רחמים וחיים וזכר ברכה רחמים וחיים לשלום וטוב בעיניך לברך אדם וכל טוב בכל ישראל בכל עת ובכל שעה בשלומך ספר חיים ברכה ושלום ופרנסה, פרנסה טובה ניזכר ונקראת לפניך לכל עמך בית ישראל אוי לחיים טובים ולשלום
We're turning to page 170. This is one of the concluding prayers. It's funny how many concluding prayers there are. This is one of the concluding prayers, aptly named Hayom. Today already. Today. Page 170. The ark is opened.
Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom teyamsenu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, hayom. Hayom tevachenu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom tigadlenu. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. Hayom, hayom. Yidreshenu lekova. Amen. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, hayom, hayom. Hayom, 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 hayom. תכתבנו לחיים טובים. אמן. היום, היום, היום. היום, היום, היום. היום, 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 היום. היום תקבל ברחמים וברצון לתפילותינו. אמן. היום, היום, היום. היום, היום, היום. היום, 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 היום. תשמע שוועתנו. אמן. היום, היום, היום. היום, היום, היום. היום, 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 היום. היום, היום. תתמכנו במין צדקך. היום הזה תבינו ששים ושמחים בבניין שלם ככתוב ינביאך והביאותים על הקודשי ושימחתים בבית תפילתי כי ביתי בית תפילה יקרא לכל העמים ושתקע ברכה ורחמים וחיים ושלום יהיה לנו לכל ישראל עד עולם. ברוך אתה אדוני עושה השלום
page 171.
Another concluding prayer.
Amen. וימליך מלכותי, חייכון יום יחון, ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, עגלה ובזמן קריב, ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך, לעולם יומי יומיה יתברך. יתברך ויתברך ויתברך ויתרומם ויתעשה, ויתהדר ויתהלל ויתהלל שם מי דקודשה בריחו לעילם וחברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה דמירה ויעלמה תתקבל צבאות ובאותון לכל ישראל ולמלכון דבשמיא ואמרו אמן. יש לומר על המשמיא וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומה הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל.
עלינו לשבח לאדון
הכל תקנו ויעשה בראשית שלא עשינו כפי רצון ולא שמנו כמשפחות אדמה שלא שם חלקנו כרם וגור עלינו ככל עמונם. אנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ.
Mourner's Kaddish is on page 174. If you're reciting Kaddish, I invite you to remain standing. Mourner's Kaddish 174.
יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה.
אמן.
בעלמא דברה קירותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון וביומייכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך בעולם עולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה ולעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה לאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה משמיה לחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. Oseh Shalom Bimramav, Hu Ya'aseh Shalom, Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'imru. Amen.
Shana Tova, everyone. Shana Tova. Who's ready for tomorrow morning at 8:30? That was such a generous response. I mean, if you're here at the end of service, you're ready for the beginning of service at 8:30. We're going to run it back tomorrow morning at 8:30 for the second day of Rosh Hashanah.
But with shofar.
With shofar, and with an incredible panel led by Rabbi Brous and some faith leaders, local faith leaders that she's been in dialogue with around the topic, as she said earlier, of repair and tshuva that this country needs in order to be and build the country we hope to inhabit. So please come again tomorrow morning at 8:30. Also, a couple of just announcements on the way out. Hopefully you saw at some point we have these little books that include the reflections that you all submitted as part of the Elul prompt this year, documentation of the one little thing that made all the difference in our lives. And so those are meant to stay here so that, again, tomorrow morning when people arrive, they can grab them and read them throughout services. So if you have one, please return it to the table. Just want to also encourage you on your way out, just to thank a staff member or a security guard or facility staff or any of the volunteers who have helped make this service run so beautifully and meaningfully and smoothly, and who are, by and large, behind the scenes. So please say thank you to them and to our incredible davening team who bring such spirit and heart and music to our services. We're going to conclude with, you want to do Ein Keloheinu? With Ein Keloheinu on page 172. Please rise in any way you're able.
Ein Keloheinu, Ein Gadolenu, Ein Kemalkeinu, Ein Kemoshienu, no como es el Dios, no como es el Señor, no como es el héroe, no como es el Salvador. Mi Keloheinu, mi Chadonenu, mi Kemalkeinu, mi Kemoshienu, y como es el Dios.
Shabbat shalom, Shana Tova, everybody.